That automatically resets on and out.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break this morning, we had finished the direct examination of Mr. Stauch. At this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stauch, and that's where we will begin. Mr. Tellini?
Good afternoon, Mr. Stauch.
Tellini?
I know this is emotional and difficult, so I'm going to try to keep my questions somewhat brief. If at any time you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to repeat them. A lot of my questions will be kind of yes or no answers. And if there's anything that you think you need to elaborate on, once I'm done, Mr. Allen's going to be able to get up and ask you what's called redirect. And so be able to, anything that you think needs to be added on or clarified, Mr. Allen will have the opportunity to do that. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to kind of go back. I'm going to do this somewhat chronologically. I'm going to go back till back to 2014 when you first met Ms. Stauch. And at that point in time, you were going through a divorce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it had kind of been initiated but not finalized legally.
I mean, in South Carolina, there was a 1-year waiting period.
Yeah.
In a no fault type divorce situation, and we were in that period. So
Okay.
yes, sir.
So you guys physically, you guys had been separated, but you're waiting for the legality of the divorce to conclude.
Yeah, the final date of the divorce.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were you in the military at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also one of the things that you did for enjoyment and recreation is you played softball.
Yes, sir.
How many teams did you play on?
Oh, I couldn't even give you a number. We played year round.
Okay.
Myself and Landon and the defendant, co-ed, men's, women's league, whatever. We played year round pretty much.
And that's when you first met Ms. Stauch?
Yes, on that fall 2013 team is the first time I ever remember having interactions with her.
And she was a pretty good softball player?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, when you guys moved here, she ended up actually helping coach out the Whitefield softball team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the spring, summer 2014, the relationship progressed to a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, you were kind of more or less living by yourself.
Well, as I explained yesterday, I still owned my house. I
Yeah.
call it the marital residence with Landon, and which sold in the August timeframe.
Okay.
So I was we had every other week custody arrangement with Miss Hyatt or with Landon at that point. So I was in my house 1 week at a time.
And then after you moved from your house, then Landon kind of was a primary caretaker, custodian of Gannon and Lena, correct?
She had the majority of the parenting time in the custody arrangement. Yes. Sir.
Okay. And then they would come with you guys for, a weekend here, a weekend. Was it every weekend or every other weekend or?
I got them, if I remember correctly, I got them every Wednesday night and then every other weekend would be
Okay.
my parenting time. And I usually picked them up from school, dropped them off back at school the next day or whatever.
Sure. And you guys were all living, this is all in Myrtle Beach, correct?
In that general area. Landon was a little bit outside of Myrtle Beach, but yeah, we were all in that general area.
Okay. And I think you described, yesterday, especially, at the beginning, the relationship was fun, fresh, and it was a good time. And it was, that'd be correct?
Yes, sir.
And it seemed it had progressed pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And then, so you start dating kind of in 2014, and then by 2015, you guys had moved in together.
Yeah, we got married in January 2015.
Okay. So move pretty quickly. And then at some point in time, you ended up filing for you to be the primary custodian parent of Gannon and Lena.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you had some safety concerns.
Just some reservations about different things Landon was doing. And so I took it to the courts. Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns that there was criminal activity going on in her house.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns about drug use going on in the house.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to the relationship with
And They'll bring it
I
there.
think I see where it's going, overruled.
And you had some concerns about, is it Mike Hyatt or Hoyt?
Hyatt.
And that was the person who you're just referencing in those phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you looked up and you'd seen his mugshots and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And that's who Landon was living with at that point in time.
Who was living with?
With Landon, that's who Landon was living with.
Landon, as far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought it would be, because of those safety concerns, you wanted Gannon and Landon to come live with you and Miss Stauch.
Yes, sir.
Because you thought that would be a safer environment for your two children.
Yes, sir.
And when you filed for custody, it wasn't just custody for you, but also Miss Stauch was given custody as well.
When I filed for it, or when I filed for it, it was between me and Landon.
Okay.
So that's just to clarify.
Okay, but then she was eventually legally granted custody.
There was an arrangement where the kids, in 2018, in the fall semester of 2018, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach, as I referenced yesterday. Because the defendant did not want to permanently move to Alaska, we kept that other residence as well. And the kids did stay there with the defendant for a few, most of that first semester, or that fall semester.
So for the entire fall semester while you were in Alaska, Miss Stauch was a primary caregiver and custodian of the two kids.
In Myrtle Beach, yes, sir.
Myrtle Beach,
Yes.
yes. And part of that also was so they could also be in, proximity with their mother as well.
Yeah, it's more complicated than the defendant just got custody of the kids. There's
No.
just a whole,
A lot of factors. were
yes,
in
a lot of
place.
variables there. Yes, sir.
Okay, but you felt comfortable and you felt that was a safer environment for them to be with Miss Stauch as opposed to being with Landon
At that time, yes, sir.
at that point in time, based upon your dealing with her, based upon what you knew of her, and based upon what you knew was going on with Landon.
Yes, sir.
And also, right at that point in time, when this kind of custody, shifted from Landon to you and Miss Stauch, that's initially when you enrolled Gannon in counseling.
No, sir, that would have been after we moved to Colorado. As I testified yesterday, January of 2019 is when that began. Or, well, I didn't get here until February. So in the late winter, early spring portion of 2019. So you're talking 3 to 6 months later.
Second. Do you remember kind of that back in January of 2020, January 28th or 29th, you sat down, you had an interview with Detective Mark Riley?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Riley, as soon as me and my ex split up, got divorced, and I got custody, I started taking them to counseling?
I don't remember saying that. If you have
Are you
a transcript
looking-
or something I can look at.
4702? You're aware that, you've had a lot of interactions with Mr. Allen, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that a lot of the interviews that the El Paso County Sheriffs, as well as many of these phone calls that they made transcripts of,
Yes, sir.
when
Absolutely.
looking at that transcript, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
I may approach? You may. Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if that's a transcript of it, then yes, that's what I said.
So that indicates to you that you told the detective back then that you got Gannon in counseling right after the custody split, and you did that primarily because of the custody issue.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said that specifically, but the Dr. Burtek I referenced in this, that did not begin until, as I already stated, late winter, early spring 2019.
Okay.
So-
Have an approach?
Sure.
You may, yes. And I think it's fair to say that it was initially the plan that Ms. Stauch was going to come and bring all the kids to Alaska and you guys were going to live in Alaska. That was the initial plan. When you went to Alaska,
Once I got stationed there,
that they were all going to come
I
up.
think it's safe to assume that, yes.
Okay, and she'd come up to visit you, a couple times up there?
Yeah, for short periods of time, she did.
And it's fair to say she didn't like Alaska.
She did not like Alaska.
And part of that, I mean, she's from South Carolina, right?
Yes.
And she-
No, she's from North Carolina.
I mean, you're right. She's from Lumberton, North Carolina, but she lived a lot in South Carolina.
Yes,
She liked the beach. She liked the sun. She liked the weather.
yes.
She liked activities. Alaska was a little barren, a little depressing at night.
You're asking me to testify about how she felt about everything. I'm going to stay away from that, Mr.
All
Delaney.
right, that's fine. That's fair.
Yep.
Very fair. Regardless, she never ended up going to Alaska.
Permanently, no. She did come to visit, as we already
Okay.
testified to.
And how long were you in Alaska again?
Just shy of 2 years.
And did Gannon and Lena ever move to Alaska?
So initially, I got custody in March of 2018. They
Okay.
immediately came with me to Alaska. Finished out the school year. I don't specifically remember what we did over the summer.
Okay.
And this is 2018. In the beginning in the fall is when the custody arrangement with the children, with the defendant in the Myrtle Beach household,
Okay.
that's when that began in that fall school year, 2018.
So the fall school year of 2018, she was the person primarily responsible
Yes, sir.
for both Lena and Gannon.
In the Myrtle Beach household, yes, sir.
Okay. And you felt safe with that?
Yes, sir.
And overall, at least what you observed, it appeared, that she had a fairly good relationship with Gannon, Ms. Stauch did.
From what I observed, yes, sir.
I mean, I think you've indicated in some of these prior interviews that she appeared to care for him and he loved her.
Yeah, absolutely. I testified to that yesterday. I felt like he had some love and trust in he had some love in his heart, and he definitely had trust for her.
And you remember, was it in Mother's Day of 2018, he actually did a Mother's Day card for Ms. Stauch?
I don't remember that specifically, unless you had a picture or something.
I do,
of
if
it.
I may approach.
You may.
Approaching with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit B.
B is in Bravo.
B as in Bravo, yes.
Thank you.
Does that look familiar to you?
I've seen this picture before, yes.
Okay, and that was written by Gannon to Ms. Stauch.
I cannot attest to who was written by. I was shown this picture by the defendant, yes, sir.
Okay, does that appear to be Gannon's handwriting?
It's similar to his handwriting, yes, sir. I don't have anything else to compare it to right now, and I haven't seen his handwriting in 3 years, Mr. Delaney.
Okay, that's
So-
fine. If I may approach. Go, then move forward a little bit to the January of 2017. You left on that Saturday? In January of 2020, January 2020. You
Okay.
left on that Saturday, correct?
Saturday night, yes, sir, after work.
And your mom had been there for a while?
Roughly a week or so. I don't remember specifically.
What does your mom do for a living?
She is a nurse practitioner in the mental health field.
Okay. Had you had conversations with your mom about Ms. Stauch and her mental health?
Yes.
And you'd raised some concerns with your mom about Ms. Stauch's mental health?
Yes.
And your mom thought she needed to be on medication?
I don't remember that specifically. So
Okay. You had you left Saturday, slept most of it. You got in early Sunday morning into Oklahoma?
yes. No, it was Sunday afternoon by the time I got there.
Okay.
Because remember when I got off the plane, the defendant shared the news about Kobe Bryant passing
Oh,
away.
that's right.
So it was in the afternoon some point.
She a big Kobe Bryant fan?
I don't remember. I mean, I think so. I don't remember that sticking out more. Derek Jeter was her, and the Yankees was the defendant's super fan.
But so you had fairly decent communication with her for most of Sunday?
I believe so, yeah.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
Nothing out of the ordinary Sunday.
She let you know that she took Gannon and Lena on a hike in Garden of the Gods?
I believe so. I believe we talked about that. Yes, sir.
And she actually posted a photo of that on Instagram.
I don't know where she posted that photo, Mr. Tellini.
You remember talking again with Detective Riley?
At this point?
Yeah, sorry. She posted, after this, you talked to Detective Riley.
I didn't even know Detective Riley existed until I got back home and Gannon was already allegedly missing.
So sometimes like if you're saying you don't remember stuff, then I'm going to re-reference your interview with Detective Riley and then showed you a transcript where you talked about whatever I'm talking about to Detective Riley.
Okay, so
Just for procedure. So you know what, when I'm jumping back to that's why I'm doing that.
I understand that. I just don't understand your question.
Okay.
We were on Sunday talking about Kobe Bryant and then you jumped to, do you remember talking to Detective Riley again? So could you clarify, please?
Absolutely. And thank you, because when I said, if I ask a bad question,
Yeah.
thank you for letting me clarify. You had told Detective Riley that she had posted that photo on her Instagram.
Okay.
Okay.
If I said that and you have a transcript of it, then I'm not up here to deny it.
Would you-
No, sir.
Would you recognize that photo?
If you showed it to me, I'm more than likely.
Portion was marked as Offense Exhibit A.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I recognize that photo.
Okay. And that was a photo that she posted that Sunday on her Instagram of her hike.
If you're telling me that, then yes. I don't see anything on here indicating Instagram and the date timestamp, but I have no reason to deny that. So
Your Honor, move for admission of Defense Exhibit A.
Mr. Allen?
I guess I have no objection if it's just to show.
That limited purpose?
That is the admitted purpose.
Okay, I'll allow it for that limited purpose.
She also indicated that he was,
would you like this back, Mr. Flynn?
we can, here, thank you.
I don't want to sit right in front of me.
Absolutely. She indicated to you that he was having some stomach problems,
Yes, sir.
and that wasn't unusual. Sometimes he would have stomach.
That was common.
Very good. She indicated to you that she was going to keep him home from school on Monday.
Yes, sir.
And at the point in time when she said that, that seemed somewhat normal to you.
Keeping him home from school didn't seem normal, but the fact that he had a stomach issue and if it was to the point of, embarrassment or whatever, then that was absolutely acceptable.
Okay. And part of it, he would worry about incontinence at school, like he was worried about having an accident at school. That was a worry that he had.
At that point, I don't believe that was a worry of his. He typically was able to manage it well and then deal with it at home. I mean, he was 11 years old at that point, so.
And you commented to Detective Riley, then Monday she kept him home because it didn't, we got to give him some medicine to help clean him out till he gets past that point.
And that was a common practice.
Okay.
Yes,
So he would get blocked up and you give him Miralax to get everything out and then he would be okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. She had also let you know about the candle in the carpet that night on Sunday night.
Sunday, January 26th.
Yes.
I believe that's when that conversation happened. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Gannon was concerned. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for a year.
All of that came from the defendant. I never spoke to Gannon about his grounding. I received messages from his phone about it, but I never spoke to him directly about that at that point.
Okay. And that Monday comes and you don't have, there's some communication, but maybe not as much as normal. And then you get notified that Gannon hasn't come home.
Right.
And I imagine at some point, that sends you, into a panic.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was in military, school and training.
Sure.
So when you say not normal, it was actually normal for what I was doing at the time.
Okay, I mean, but I'm saying when Gannon doesn't come home, and it's getting to the point where it's much later than would be normally for him to
Okay.
come home, even being out late. I mean, you start getting very nervous.
Absolutely, because my son's not home as he should be.
No, absolutely. And then the next morning you got on a flight and you got back as quick as you can.
Absolutely.
And when you get back, initially, there's some things that seem weird about, some things that don't add up about what Miss Stauch is telling you. But initially you think that you guys are all on the same page trying to find Gannon.
What things are you referencing?
The rental car.
Her getting a rental car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed odd.
That seems odd, but nothing that you're not suspecting her of anything at that point in time. It just seems weird that she's picking you up in a rental car.
Yeah, her picking me up in a rental car was absolutely weird. Yes, sir.
And you have some interviews, again, with some different law enforcement and so forth.
What specific interviews are you referencing?
You had a couple different ones. I think the first one, I believe it was at Starbucks, but it was with Detective Bethel.
There was a few, Detective Riley, Detective Bethel, and I think one other representative was there at Starbucks with myself and the defendant. Yes, sir.
And you're trying to figure out anything, where again can be, if somebody would have taken him, anything like that, and you're talking to them.
I'm doing whatever I can for my son at that point, all during that time frame. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And at some point in time, you even had thought maybe like it could be Layden or it could be Mike involved.
I don't remember ever having the thought that Landon was involved in any way. She, regardless of opinions about her, she loved her children. And Mike Hyatt, I have no comment on that. I don't think I ever suspected that either.
Do you remember telling Detective Bethel, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law? And that was one of my first instincts, was like when the come and go came up and they said that he would walk all nonchalant and everything was normal, like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble in his background. So like it came to my mind. It was worth putting down. I don't know if anything is legit.
And that's exactly what I said. It came to my mind and I didn't know if
Okay.
anything was legit. So that's exactly what I just said.
Yeah. And then as that kind of goes on and everything like that, stuff just starts based upon what Ms. Stauch is telling you, it's not adding up.
Repeat that, please, sir.
As this kind of day goes on and the days are progressing, the things that Ms. Stauch is telling you about your son and where he might be, it's starting to not add up with you.
Yeah, it's starting with the rental car, as we've already addressed, it starts to not add up. Yes,
And
sir.
then when you see that her car is not at French Elementary, like I said, was kind of, I think what you testified yesterday, that was kind of the pivotal moment for you.
Yes, sir.
And then you go down to the police station, you want her to come down as well, and she won't come down to meet you at the sheriff's station.
Just to clarify, she was supposed to be the one to go to the police station. The defendant was.
Yeah.
The first time I went down there, I went in her stead because they asked to bring something to get Gannon's DNA or whatever. And I said, he's my son. I'm going to take it down there and I'm going to,
Okay.
lead the charge, if you will, whatever. And then, so I went down there and that's when the first interview took place,
Okay.
just to clarify.
And then after that, though, you come back again, and it's my understanding you were trying to get her to come down, even on that second interview, come down to the police station to be re-interviewed, or the sheriff's station.
When you say re-interviewed, you mean me or the
Her.
defendant? I don't know when she was interviewed the first time or at all. I just know I went twice. The first time, as I indicated, when she was supposed to go, the defendant was supposed to go. The
Yeah.
second time, that evening was after I had discovered the defendant's car was not where she claimed it to have been.
And then her family, she leaves the house. Initially, she doesn't take all her stuff, but she just goes to a hotel, correct?
Mr. Chalina, I have no clue where she
Okay.
went.
She doesn't, she's no longer coming to your house.
After that would have been, let me see if I can get these dates right. The 27th was Monday. I think this would have been Wednesday, the 29th. After she left, I don't remember her coming back until she came to get her stuff.
Okay. And how many days after that did she come to get her stuff?
I don't remember a specific date.
Okay. But I mean, it's in that first week though.
I don't remember a specific date, Mr. Trelani. If
Okay,
you
that's
have
fine.
it, then I don't know.
No, it's fine. And she had family members that were helping her move out.
We did have a few, yes.
Okay. And then you don't ever, until, I think what you said, after that point, you don't see her from then, until court.
I don't believe I saw her again after she left, after she got her stuff, that, within that first week, whatever the date was, until she showed up for the first court hearing after she was arrested, the defendant, that is.
Now, between then and then, I think the first pre-recorded phone call we heard was on February 13th. Had you been in communication with her?
To some degree, yes.
Was it primary text messages, phone calls?
I think it was just a mix of emails, text, phone calls. I don't remember specifically. I know there was a wide range of methods.
And at least, I mean, would it be fair to say by the time that you're doing these phone calls with her, I mean, you're convinced at that point in time, she's the person responsible for your son being missing?
At minimum, a person of interest, if you will, but
Yeah.
yeah, I had a high suspicion she was responsible.
I mean, and part of that is because, I mean, one, what she, you know, she was telling you things that weren't true about leaving the car there. So that was the first thing that really shifted, correct?
When you say because, I'd rather tell you
Oh.
the because, but yes, that was one of the first things was that really put her as a person of interest in my mind, and I've said that repeatedly.
Absolutely. And then she goes from saying that Gannon never came home to like a couple days later saying Eduardo was down there and raped me and took Gannon at gunpoint.
No, before she left the house, the
Oh.
defendant told me the first rape story. We covered that yesterday.
Okay, and sorry, thank you for clarifying that. So
Yes, sir.
she's still in the house with you when she comes up, changes from he just doesn't come home to, I don't think to this Eduardo rape story.
Yeah, I don't remember when the specific name Eduardo was given by the defendant, but the first rape story would have been Wednesday morning in the bed, in a master bedroom, as I testified to yesterday.
And then she goes, you're aware that she goes down to the sheriff's statement and does an interview about the rape story.
I believe that was later that morning or early afternoon. I don't know specifically when she got there.
Okay, I mean, and at that point, I mean, it's fair to say now, I mean, whatever suspicions, I mean, your suspicions become more heightened at that point about her involvement. When it goes from he doesn't come home to this seemingly ridiculous story.
Yeah, and I've been pretty clear
Yeah.
from the point of not finding her car where the defendant said it was. From that point forward, everything just compounded and my suspicions just got worse and worse against the defendant.
Absolutely. And what you know of her, I think you've said this to a couple people, I mean, she's an intelligent person.
Do you have record of me saying that to
I
someone?
do. Sorry, I've got a lot of transcripts here. Remember indicating that she had a stacked education?
Once again, do you have that
Okay.
somewhere?
Yeah, this was an interview with Detective Bethel.
You may go ahead.
Green highlighted with a little.
So that was the second one. Do you have,
That, I'll just go with that one. But you
Okay.
indicated that she had a stacked education.
yeah,
Okay. May I approach?
obviously I did.
You may go ahead.
So after, was it that Wednesday then, after she goes down to the sheriff's station, that then she doesn't come home at that point?
So I don't know where she, so
Okay, she
that
left
day,
that morning.
she left sometime Wednesday, middle of the day. I don't know specifically when.
Okay.
Detective Riley was at the house. I heard the conversation between them two. She left with the intent to follow him downtown to the sheriff's station. I don't know where she went from there.
Did she ever come back home after that, other than to get her stuff?
Not while I was there. I never witnessed her coming back
Okay.
home after that.
And then in February, that's when, February 13th, was that the first pretext phone call?
I believe so.
And where were these phone calls occurring at?
Uh, at the FBI office downtown.
Okay. And was this something, had you communicated with her that you wanted to talk to her on that date, or how did they know like she was going to be calling at this point in time?
Who is they?
The FBI.
The FBI. Leading up to that point, there was some attempts at communicating more thoroughly with the defendant.
Yeah.
The defendant reached out to me and said, hey, we would need to talk, as you heard in some of the phone calls.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I believe as of that, like I said this morning, I tried to keep her on the hook, if you will.
No, absolutely.
Through messages. And then, yeah, all of those would have been planned to some degree. So I could be there with the FBI agents and the sheriff's office agents.
And they had kind of, or there was a plan. I mean, you were trying to get as much information out of her as you could.
Me or the
Both
authorities?
you and the FBI.
I can't speak to what their plan or their intent was. My intent was to find my son, period.
Absolutely. And I think you said before when Mr. Allen was questioning, a lot of the things you were saying to her was to try to keep her talking, try to get any type of information, that you can about where your son is.
Absolutely.
And trying, hope against hope to bring him home safely at this point.
Yes, sir.
And if not, then find out what had happened and hold somebody accountable.
My intent was never in that setting to hold somebody accountable. I wanted my son and I wanted to wrap my arms around him. That's it.
Absolutely. And it appeared, and maybe I'm wrong. So we had the one phone call that occurred on the 13th, and then all the other phone calls, if I'm not mistaken, occurred on February 14th.
The ones that I testified about this morning, I think those were all February 13th and 14th.
And how, just for my clarification, how long of a gap was there between each of the phone calls? Do you remember?
I don't, but I think Mr. Allen detailed that when he said phone call on this date at this time.
What was there, just as far as your recollection, was there a long gap? Were you guys sitting around for like hours waiting in between calls, or were they fairly quick succession between each other?
Mr. Lee, I don't remember. That was a grueling time period in my life to sit there and have to keep my cool.
Absolutely.
Talking to her when I had a strong suspicion she had all the information. So I can't attest to that, Mr.
Okay.
Lee.
I mean, and it's clear at least that you appear on February 13th to keep your cool very well. It appears, and if I'm wrong on this, your patience on February 14th starts to grow thin. Would that be fair to say? Let me rephrase.
Yes, thank you.
You become more and more frustrated with the cockamamie story she's telling you on February 14th.
I don't know if, I think I'm frustrated, period. I
Absolutely.
think I'm at the end of my rope, period. But I did a good job keeping my cool. And if you listen to one of the phone calls, I was a little bit more aggressive
Yep.
verbally. And in a later phone call, I was more patient and letting her give me information. So more calculated than frustrated, Mr.
Okay,
Delaney.
so that was part of this. You're trying different tactics to try to get information. Would that be fair?
I'm doing the best I can to find information about my son.
Information. And was there frustration by the fact that she keeps changing these stories with no consistency between them? And I think you referred to them, these are garbage stories.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
And that they don't make any sense. At one point in time, she says it's Eduardo, and then another point in time she says Quincy Brown's some type of paperwork fell out of his pants on that day, and that's how she knows he's Quincy Brown. I mean, none of this stuff, they were ridiculous.
Is that your?
I'm asking you, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and you heard me say it. They're garbage stories, is what you quoted me as saying.
And even on that, the first one, the one that we heard yesterday, on that phone call that she had yesterday, she's trying very hard to convince you that she didn't have anything to do and somebody had kidnapped Gannon and had taken him somewhere, and she's trying to help. It appears that is her goal, so what she's telling you.
Mr. Delaney, I'm not going to speak to her goals or her intent, what was going through her mind at that point.
She wasn't at that point in time trying to indicate anything mental health or anything like that. That was phone call. She's not telling you, hey, I'm crazy on the 13th, correct?
I don't believe she said that in any of those phone calls.
But in some of those phone calls, she does make some statements. And I'm going on to the February 13th phone call. She indicates at one point in time when she's talking to you, I have completely parts of the information and not part of the information.
Are you quoting that? Could you say that again?
She told you that she has part of the information, but she doesn't have part of the information.
Okay.
She talks to you about that night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this.
Okay.
She tells you that at some point she blacked out.
Are you quoting
Yes.
from? Okay, then I have no reason to deny her saying that. Yes.
At one point, she says, I sit back and remember it, like play it in my mind, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again.
Okay.
She says, when I woke up and like out of the state of confusion, I was going crazy.
Okay.
She tells you all of it was a blur in and out, try to figure it out. I got up at one point and hoped it was a dream.
Okay.
And then on that next phone call that occurred on the 14th, she's talking to you and she indicates you're going back and forth. I think it was the second to last phone call that you had with her. You guys are going kind of back and forth. And at one point, you're trying to figure out where Gannon is. She says, Tesha doesn't know where Gannon is.
I don't remember her saying that, but
Okay.
If you want to show me that, you don't have to, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. It's on the recording they have.
Okay.
As far as, and now I'm going to kind of shift to more like just general things of your relationship with Miss Stauch. You've indicated that at some point, and sometimes with her, it's like you're living on a roller coaster. She can be up and down.
Did I say that to someone?
Yeah, again, this is a Detective Bethel. That it, sometimes you just got to kind of stay with her and don't ride the roller coaster. Or if you disagree with her, it becomes like a roller coaster.
Sure.
You talked about her with the kids, and you've indicated that, and this would be later in March, you did another interview, and you did this with the FBI, March 6th, 2020. You remember doing an interview with the FBI then?
I did multiple interviews, so I might
Yeah.
need to see that one, Mr. Tellini.
Okay. You indicated to them that sometimes it was a little strange. Sometimes she could be really great with the kids, doing everything with them. And then you'd have weeks where she would act like she didn't want anything to do with them.
You mind if I take a look at that?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't remember that doing an interview that time frame.
Am I approach?
You may.
Okay. Hold on, this says February 9th. It says interview of Albert Stauch, February 9th. You indicated March 9th.
That's because the first page has the 3.
Okay.
So you're correct. So February 9th, so that's my fault.
Thank you.
I think that was, I'm going to blame that on the FBI because on the first page of that interview, they have 3-9. But you're correct. So on
Can we
February,
clarify what the date actually is of the
it
interview?
is, you were correct. It is February
February.
9th. You did that interview with the FBI. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
But that point in time, you told them that some point she would be really great with the kids, and then other times she wouldn't want it. She wouldn't.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
You also, in that interview, I think it was that Monday with Detective Riley, same type of thing. Like 1 minute, considering these moments of trust moments, like right now, I say, you should be all in, helping the kids, teach, doing homework, cooking, feeding and stuff. And then there'd be days and week, like it's like the kids were left to fend for themselves.
What Monday are you referencing?
The Monday where you had, not the Monday, this would have been Tuesday, when you had the interview with Detective Riley back, so January 28th.
Okay. So this was the interview at
With
the
detec-
sheriff's office?
Yes, with Detective Riley.
Okay.
And you were telling him, describing how Ms. Stauch was with the kids, and you indicate that there are moments and times when she's really good, she's helping the kids, doing everything like that, and then other times where it appears like she's just checked out.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that sometimes her and Layden seemed to work together to try to get you.
Yeah, probably in jest, but
Okay.
yeah.
And then other times they appear to be at each other's throats.
Who's they?
Miss Stauch and Layden.
Lena? If I said that.
Not Layden, Layden.
Landon?
Landon, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah,
Landon. I
okay,
apologize.
then
My-
I take back what I just said, yeah. Can you start over with the
Okay.
Landon? Because I thought you said Lena.
And yeah, Landon, with your first ex-wife, you indicated that sometimes her and Miss Stauch would work together like they were out to try to get you, and other times they were at their throats constantly.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, and again, if I'm jumping back and forth, that Ms. Stauch would take lots of trips out of the blue and you didn't know where she got the money to do it.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, when you talked to the district attorney's investigator, that sometimes Ms. Stauch likes to refer to herself as Taylor.
Yes, sir.
She had, let me jump back a little bit and we're almost done, sir.
Take your time, Mr. Trelane.
Okay, thank you. When you guys first started, when you and Ms. Stauch first started dating and the relationship was going well, she had talked to you about the abuse she suffered growing up.
She mentioned that there was something with one of her stepfathers. I think his name would have been Mr. Lowry. And that I don't remember it being a pattern of abuse, but some isolated events is the way she described it to me. And she eventually moved out of that house and back with her grandparents in North Carolina.
Okay, and that was James Lowry, do you remember?
I don't know his first name. I just remember the last name Lowry.
And I don't want to get into this, but that was kind of a bond that you got, not a bond, but that was, you had in your family growing up, and I want to go into it, but not with you, but trauma growing up. And so that was something that, a basis that you guys could talk about initially in the relationship.
We discussed it. I don't know if it's a foundational basis like you're describing it, but
She had issues maintaining steady employment.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what happened, but
Well, I mean, I think you indicated that she had like 8 jobs in 3 years.
right, and she intentionally left those jobs. It
Okay.
wasn't, she had trouble keeping employment. She intentionally left those jobs.
Okay, but she had a lot of different jobs in a short period of time.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of, in the late fall of 2019, she was having mental health issues.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that well, you guys have the same insurance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that she was seeing a Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser at Fort Carson?
We did, so let me clarify, we did have the same insurance while myself and the defendant were married, obviously no longer do. But yes, I went with her on one occasion to see Dr. Niederhauser. Well, to Fort Carson. I did not go back into the room with her. With the defendant, I stayed in the lobby, but I was with her on that visit.
And that and actually for most of your guys' relationship, she had been prescribed lorazepam.
I don't know for sure if most of our relationship, I know she at some point saw somebody for anxiety and got a prescription for something. That's all I remember, Mr. Tellini.
Are you aware that Dr. Niederhauser advised her to quit her job because her mental health issues were becoming so severe?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. But you are, to your knowledge, if you know, how often was she seeing Dr. Niederhauser?
Same answer I already gave. I know that she went once, and that was the one time that I went with her. That's all I can attest to, Mr. Tellini.
When you had, again, I'm jumping back to when you had that interview with Detective Riley. At that point in time, were you having concerns about Ms. Stauch and her involvement? When you had the interview with Detective Riley
And her involvement in what, Mr. Tellini?
in the disappearance of your son?
Yeah, we've already, Ask your question again, please, so I can.
When you interviewed with Detective Riley that first time, were you having concerns about her involvement?
So just to be clear, the first time by myself or,
First time by yourself?
yeah, I did have some concerns.
And you indicated that you don't think that she had any mental health issues?
No,
at all?
sir. No, I did indicate that I don't think she had any
Okay.
mental health issues.
Do you remember at that point in time, telling Detective Riley, I hope that it doesn't come to that, but if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, I love my mom. You know, I wouldn't do anything without my mom, but she's freaking nuts, crazy.
So that was drawn, I remember saying that or something to that point.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you told the detective that she's crazy,
Mr. Tellini, would you quote what you just quoted to me?
or you told the detective that Harley would say that her mom is freaking nuts, crazy.
That's what I said.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Allen.
There were some questions, Mr. Stauch, about the defendant being a good softball player. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
Does softball have rules?
Absolutely.
Did the defendant know how to follow those rules?
Absolutely.
Did she know how to play the game?
Very well.
Did she know how to use specific techniques and strategies in playing softball?
I would say her being a coach at the high school softball level would indicate all those things are yes.
You jumped to my next question.
Yeah.
Did she also go through efforts to teach other people how to play the rule,
Absolutely.
follow the rules of softball?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes, sir.
You were asked at the very beginning too about when you got custody of your kiddos, Gannon and Lena, that it was a safer environment with the defendant than with Landon. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Would you have thought that if the defendant had severe mental health disease or defect?
Absolutely not.
Did she have a severe mental health disease or defect back then?
No, sir.
You're asked in different points of the cross-examination about your interviews with Detective Riley. And I want to be a little bit more of a timeline here. Do you remember having an interview with Detective Riley and other people at Starbucks, and that being your first contact with law enforcement in this case in person?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to deliver, I think you said some stuff for DNA. What did you deliver?
I remember there being a toothbrush and maybe, I don't remember specifically, but some sort of article of clothing, a shoe or something that would have his, it wasn't spoken to me that way, but I assumed it was for DNA purposes.
And then I think you said that you had an interview at the end of that. When you dropped the stuff off, then you did an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember what day that was?
That would have been Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
The Starbucks thing, when did that occur? Was that also Tuesday, January?
Tuesday, earlier in the day.
Okay. And then you had a third interview in person at the sheriff's office when you came back. What day was that?
Later in the evening, Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
You were asked about specifically shown a specific page of the interview, the first one at Starbucks, where Mr. Tellini was asking you about when you got Gannon into counseling.
Yes.
And there was some disagreement between you and Mr. Tellini about when that counseling may have started or when you said that the counseling had started. Who is Dr. Burtek?
She was I don't know specifically, but she was some sort of family health counselor that Gannon got assigned to at Fort Carson.
So could you have signed Gannon up for counseling at Fort Carson before you got to Colorado?
No, sir.
So did that occur after you got to Colorado,
Yes, sir.
which was in when?
I got here February 15th or thereabouts, 2019.
When you were having that first contact with Detective Riley at Starbucks, did you have a lot on your mind?
Absolutely.
The information that you had on your mind as it relates to Gannon being missing, where were you getting that information from that initial period of time?
Everything was coming from the defendant.
At that time, did you have any reason to necessarily disbelieve her that Gannon had left and not come home?
No, sir, not at that time.
And did that change over time?
Yes, sir.
Did that change over time because of the defendant's specific actions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about you having conversations with your mother uh, about, and Mr. Tellini said that your mother told you that she had concerns about the defendant's mental health.
That's what Mr. Tellini said, yes.
You remember that?
I don't remember her diagnosing the defendant based on hearsay. I remember having conversations about, the defendant's anxiety and how that affects our relationship, yes.
In your mind, did the defendant have anxiety?
I'm not a medical professional, but I would say she had some form of it. She had, some anxiety here and there about different things.
Even if she had that anxiety, in your lay opinion, was she able to function?
Absolutely.
Could she make a meal?
Absolutely.
Could she make a Denver omelet if she wanted to?
Maybe get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Could she scramble eggs?
She could, yes.
Put some cheese on the eggs
Yes, sir.
without burning herself?
Yes, sir.
What about cut up vegetables?
Yes, sir.
Could she do that without cutting herself?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever run out in the street yelling, screaming naked?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
You were asked about the rental car and about that being odd. Do you remember that in the cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you in your mind to be a way of manipulating what was happening with the investigation?
That's hard for me to say. Once again, as you said already, that was a time period when I was just way down with worry. The reason she gave, I think we've talked about already, I'm not sure, but was about the mileage on her lease. And so she had to get a rental car, which was something the defendant had said repeatedly over time. So looking back, I can make an assessment, but in the moment, it was just a ridiculous thing that I just blew past. I was more worried about getting out there and doing what we could to find Gannon.
Well, if in your mind, if your kid is missing, are you worried about the miles you're putting on your car?
And I believe I've said that already. No, there's nothing more important than finding that little boy.
And so the fact that her car was hidden somewhere, was that, when you put two and two together, was that a form in your mind of her manipulating the investigation?
Absolutely. That's why I freaked out and went back down to do another interview with the sheriff's office.
You were asked about the, again, going back to the Starbucks interview with Mark Riley, the first one on January 28th, about you expressing some concerns about Landon's ex-husband, Mike Hyatt. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And talking about the trouble that he had in his background.
Yes, sir.
Again, at that time, were you operating on limited information?
Yes, sir.
Were you racking your brain trying to figure out what might have happened with Gannon?
Yes, sir. I was just going through every possible, any variable, anything possible that would have led us closer to him.
Would you characterize that as you were going through every known variable in your mind and then trying to cross them off to see whether there was any connection to Gannon being missing?
Yeah, in conjunction with variables and information that was being fed from the defendant as well.
Okay. You did 3 interviews on January 28th,
Yes, sir.
1 at Starbucks and then 2 at the sheriff's office later that day.
Yes, sir.
Did it seem odd to you that the defendant was resisting going to the sheriff's office and giving an interview?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Once again, if the feelings are true and honest about we need to work together to find Gannon, as the defendant said repeatedly, what is there to hide from? Why would you not go down there? What is keeping you, the defendant, from coming down there?
Okay. And did that appear in your mind to be a conscious decision the defendant was making to resist going to the sheriff's office and give an interview?
Absolutely.
You talked about getting text messages and phone calls during this time that these recorded phone calls were happening.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant change I guess, the source of those phone calls over time? And let me be more clear. You obviously gave us earlier her specific phone number that you knew you had with her at AT&T.
Yes, sir.
Did you start getting phone calls and texts from her that weren't from necessarily AT&T, the account that you knew about?
Yes, sir. I got phone calls and text messages from multiple different phone numbers. And emails started coming from her email, which to me indicated it was no longer. I also got messages from her iCloud is what I'm trying to say. So which indicated me she no longer had her normal phone and she was using some alternate method of communication, if that makes sense.
It does. And so again, did that indicate to you more conscious decision-making that she was still able to communicate with you,
Mhm.
even though her phone might have been seized by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Able to navigate that sort of framework of figuring out other ways to text you or call you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about these phone calls that we've heard and the stories that the defendant was giving you, and the way Mr. Tellini characterized them was that there was no consistency in the stories. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were there in fact actually consistencies with her stories and what was happening with the investigation?
Yes, sir. For instance, once the search shifted to, say, northern El Paso, Douglas County area on that county line road area that the defendant indicated in the phone calls, I felt like she had to place herself there somehow, and that's what she did in that phone call.
Are you suggesting in your mind that that was a way for her to explain away why her GPS would show her there?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
She also gave you a description of blood being in the garage and in Gannon's room.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was blood found in the garage and in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And then as it relates to that El Paso County, Douglas County line, so up north, were you aware that there was a board with Gannon's blood and DNA found on it up in that area?
I was made aware of that. Yes, sir.
You got into some questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you were specifically asked about a statement you made about the relationship between the two of you was like riding a roller coaster. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why was it like riding a roller coaster?
I think that's the normal ebb and flow of many relationships. I don't think that's uncommon. We had our ups and downs in our relationship. That's what that indicated.
Well, let me ask you more specifically, based on your belief that she would manipulate you sometimes, did that add to the effect of riding a roller coaster
Yeah, that would have been the extreme lows in our relationship. Yes, sir.
when she would manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
Was it common for her to manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about sometimes she would be great and sometimes not. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
When the sometimes not period of time, what was that a result of?
Oftentimes, a result of that manipulation that we just discussed, or lies or mistruths the defendant would tell that I would have to sort through, as you heard me do in these phone calls, that I have to sort through these lies and get to the truth.
Was it ever those lows, the sometimes not part, were those ever a result of her suffering from a severe mental illness or disease?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant referring to herself as Taylor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
So I believe when I met the defendant, her Facebook profile said Tisha Taylor Harden. And of course, I had questions about that because her middle name is Lynn, I believe, the defendant's middle name. The defendant would always say, always wanted my middle name to be Taylor. I don't like the name Lynn. And that's where I left it at that. So anytime Taylor ever came up, I just, in my mind, referred back to that's what she preferred her name to be.
Well, did she ever use the name Taylor and start acting crazy?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start talking in other languages?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start having other personalities?
No, sir.
Was Taylor ever associated with her having a severe mental illness or disease or defect?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant having difficulty maintaining steady employment. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You answered that the defendant intentionally left those jobs.
Yes, sir.
So expand on that for the jury. What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when we, I think in the tail end of our dating relationship in the first part of our married relationship, she was working at Myrtle Beach Middle or Elementary School and quit, resigned from that position, causing her to have to seek new employment.
Okay.
And why that's significant, because I disagreed with the decision. It was what I, outside looking in, a great place of employment for her, and she seemed fine there.
Okay. And then you were asked about Dr. Niederhauser, right? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Tellini told you that the defendant was being seen for anxiety. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was being seen for anxiety or not?
I did not. Once again, I only accompanied her as far as the waiting room that one visit, and then she went to the back, was seen, and then the defendant, that is, came out, and we went home.
To your knowledge, was the defendant ever seen for a severe mental disease or defect?
No, sir.
And then finally, do you remember the defendant in this investigation, whether she ever told you to not talk to the police?
She did.
How many times?
I don't remember how many times one stands out specifically.
Okay. And then did you try to call her during your second interview?
I believe I did. I'd have to hear or listen to it to confirm, but I think so.
And I'm talking about your interview that you did with Detective Riley at the sheriff's office.
So the first one at the sheriff's office?
Second interview at the sheriff's evening.
So
Let me
the
finish.
third one total?
Yes,
Okay,
let me
that's fine.
finish. The second interview at the sheriff's office, so you're right, it would be the third, but only the second one at the sheriff's office, evening of January 28th.
Yes, sir. I believe I did try to call her. Yes, sir.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
You know why you were not able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Stauch? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Macon Ponder to the stand, Your Honor.
Mr. Ponder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Sorry.
Actually, yep, up here. Everybody does that. That's okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. The chair does not move. Everybody does that. The microphone moves, but the chair does not. All right. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ponder. How are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. You and I never formally met. I'm Dave Young. I talked to you on the phone, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And where do you currently reside?
Panama City, Florida, sir.
And did you just fly in from Florida?
Yes, sir. I flew in yesterday.
Did you pack a coat?
I did. I left, it was 80 degrees, and got here and it was about 20. So
I was worried about that, so I'm glad you did that. Mr. Ponder, what's your occupation?
sir, I'm a bridge inspector for the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm the senior underwater dive team leader.
And how long have you been a bridge inspector?
Roughly 12 years now.
And what do you do as a bridge inspector? I know the title's kind of self-explanatory, but let the jury know what you do.
The short and skinny is basically we, every 2 years, our bridges are required to be inspected. We get a list of bridges each month, and we break up into teams and go and inspect those bridges accordingly each month,
Okay. And how often would you inspect certain bridges?
every 2 years.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to March 17th of 2020. Were you in that role as a bridge inspector back then in Florida?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to be inspecting a bridge by the name of Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of that bridge? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Just Escambia River Bridge.
And can you describe this bridge for the jury?
Yes, it's just a concrete bridge, rather long. Basically the environment out there is the river is closer to what we would call the near end of it. And after you get over the river, the bridge actually continues on for a lot further, just due to the marshy area. There's marsh on both sides. It's really inaccessible to any vehicles.
And what city is this bridge close to?
Pensacola, Florida.
And how close is this bridge to the actual ocean, the Gulf of Mexico?
Several miles, as the crow flies, maybe 7 or 8 miles.
And I'm assuming, does the bridge go over the Escambia River?
Yes, sir.
And does the river go into the Gulf of Mexico?
Eventually, the river actually dumps out into Escambia Bay, and then Escambia Bay goes out to the pass and then into the Gulf of Mexico.
And how often, was this another 2 years you would inspect this particular bridge, every 2 years?
Yes, sir. Our department for the state of Florida, we inspect bridges every 2 years on interstate systems and any state roads. They have some different stipulations on our county bridges, but our office only handles state highways and the interstate.
So it would have been March of 2018 or approximately then when this bridge was inspected last. Is that fair?
It would have been inspected 2 years prior in the month of March.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be on the exact day.
And approximately how long is this entire bridge that you're inspecting?
I would say roughly 12 to 1,300 feet.
Okay. Is that the only part that covers the river, or does it, when you talk about this marsh area, does a bridge extend over a marsh area as well?
Yes, sir.
And so would that be miles or?
No, that whole area is fairly marshy. There's a set of bridges all the way down through that on that span of US 90. That just happens to be the first bridge on that, starting in that span on that stretch of highway.
So what are you doing when you go out to this particular bridge to inspect it? What are you looking for?
Our job as bridge inspectors to find any kind of defects, any kind of issues that would harm the traveling public. We look for cracks in the deck, cracks in the underside of the deck. As a diver, we look at the piles underwater, look at any kind of cracks and spalls being any kind of missing concrete on those piles or columns. And if it was a steel structure, it'd be the same thing. You'd look for cracks and welds and stuff.
And so do you have someone, particularly on March 17th, 2020, with you as you're doing this inspection?
Yes, sir. We always go out as a team, primarily for safety, but also, we're always on the interstate or on busy roads. So we're always having somebody watch our back when we're taking the notes and watching out for traffic or operating a piece of equipment if need be while somebody else is taking notes.
And so do you inspect the surface area of the bridge as well as the side of the bridge and below the bridge? And you indicated you even get in the water and look at the pillars.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. We try to do the best we can to look at 100% of the bridge every inspection.
So could you please tell the jury about March 17, 2020? Did you locate something? Did you locate a suitcase underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir. During that inspection, the particular bridge that we were inspecting requires an underbridge inspection machine. The particular machine allows us to gain access to the underside of the bridge due to the height and over water. As we were inspecting the underside of the bridge and we're coming to the end of it, my partner and I that were in the basket noticed a suitcase towards the end of the bridge, close to, it's kind of laying in a marshy area and a little bit of woods right next to the edge of the bridge. And we just noticed it down there. It was point of interest when we got down there. We didn't look at it then. We just made a note to come back to it later on.
And who was your partner? What was his name?
Matthew Goins.
And so when you first noticed this suitcase, where are you and Mr. Goins at?
When we first noticed it, to back up before getting into the piece of equipment, we also walk across the deck and take soundings at each pier on both sides of the bridge, and that gives us any indication of any settlement or anything that might be failing on the bridge. And that requires dropping down a measuring tape essentially with a weight on it and measuring the height up to the edge of the bridge to the top of the barrier wall. And when we looked over, the suitcase was right next to the edge of a bent where we were taking the measurement. Had it been in the middle of a bent or in the middle of a span, we may have not even noticed it. But because of its location, it was right next to where we dropped our profile tape is what we call it to take the measurement. We immediately saw it as soon as we dropped it down.
And so I'm not a Navy guy. When you say deck, are you talking about the road area of the bridge where the vehicles go?
Yes, sir. That's what we call the deck. We take our measurements at the top of the barrier wall. Anybody that's driven over a bridge, the concrete walls on the outside is where we take our measurements from.
And so are you and Mr. Goins looking over the edge of the bridge and you see a suitcase directly down below?
Yes, sir.
What side of the bridge are you on, the eastbound lanes or the westbound lanes?
We're on the eastbound lane and we were on the east or the right side of the structure.
And so you note that there's a suitcase there, but then you go on with the inspection?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. Do you go all the way across the bridge and then work your way back, or how does that work?
Well, generally when we're taking a profile, it's we'll start at what we call the near end, which for our reference is we work from west to east or south to north. In this case, we were working west to east. We started on the right side of the bridge heading east. When we finish that profile, then yes, we do turn back around and we work from east to west back to where we started. And that's when we get into the truck and start our under bridge inspection.
And when you start your under bridge inspection, is that when you get back to the area where the suitcase is?
It wasn't for, no, sir, it wasn't for probably roughly an hour, hour and a half later, maybe even a little bit longer, because when we started the under inspection, we start back at the beginning of the bridge.
Okay.
And where we found the suitcase was almost at the very end of the bridge.
And this bridge goes east and west, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're starting the undercarriage portion on the east side, working your way west, is that right?
No, sir. We're starting on the the west end, working towards the east.
Okay. And so what happens when you get back to that area where the suitcase is?
Because of the profile and the as the bridge, there's the hump in the bridge. When we got towards the end of the structure, the bridge starts to become lower, closer to the ground. And at that point, we didn't need the truck anymore. So we were able to lower the basket down to the ground line and get out and was going to finish our inspection from there. And that's when we lowered down to the ground, we've remembered that we had seen the suitcase. We finished up our inspection and then went back to the suitcase.
And why did you go back to the suitcase?
Pure curiosity.
Okay. And again, is Mr. Goins with you at this point in time as well?
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get back to the suitcase?
We got back to the suitcase and where it was lying at kind of an odd angle, but the handle was towards the underside of the bridge. So I reached out for the handle and immediately noticed it was very, very heavy. And I looked back and remember telling Matt, I said, I don't know what's in this. I said, but it's heavy. I said, and where it was at, it had a possibility of being waterlogged. We didn't know whether it was clothing or something in it. We just noticed that whatever it was probably waterlogged and saturated, just due to how heavy it was.
And I imagine you get a lot of rain in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Do you get a lot of rain in the months of February and March?
We can. March normally is fairly rainy season, but again, where the suitcase was really right at the edge of the marsh, and depending on tide, you don't necessarily have to have a lot of rain for that area to be influenced by tide.
Okay. So you, Mr. Goins, get up to the suitcase. You said it appeared to be heavy. What happened after that?
Because of where it was at, it was very, very marshy and muddy. We, of course, didn't know what was in it, but underneath the bridge where it was at was very flat and sandy. And we kind of made a decision, let's pull it out of the mud and pull it underneath the bridge where it was flat and sandy, and whatever it was in it, we'll just open it there rather than in the muddy marsh, just sticks and a lot of sticks and stuff there. So we pulled it underneath the bridge.
And what, did you open it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
I was the first one to unzip it. And before we opened it, as soon as we unzipped it, we immediately noticed the smell. That's what hit us first. I remember looking up at Matt, who's quite a bit taller than me. And I said, Matt, I think there's something dead in here. And unfortunately, we do come across sometimes somebody will throw out a litter of puppies or something in a bag, and that's not uncommon. And it smelled, but it was so strong. It was different that day. So I didn't initially open it, and we kind of thought about what we were going to do first. When we finally went ahead and unzipped the rest of it, the smell was so overpowering. We kind of took a step back, and the first thing I remember seeing was just 2 little feet, and that had little football socks on them. The best I remember, I remember there being little socks on them. And before anything else happened, we couldn't really make out what it was. Matt dumped the suitcase over, and of course, we initially immediately knew it was a body. But after looking at it, it was we couldn't tell male or female, boy or girl. We didn't know. A lot of black hair. And then I turned away.
What was the size of this suitcase? Do you remember?
Roughly size of a checked bag. It wouldn't have been it was too big to be a carry-on, but roughly the size of an older checked bag suitcase.
And was there anything else in the suitcase besides the body?
Lots of blankets. There may have been a pillow or something. I just remember a lot of bedding in there and blankets. It was kind of the body was in a fetal position and partially wrapped up, so we couldn't tell a whole lot until we dumped it out. And again, I turned my head,
What did you do after that?
walked away. I immediately said we went ahead and called the inspection right there. I didn't have my cell phone with me. Matt did at the time. He's a volunteer firefighter, and he's dealt with some of this stuff, and I was very thankful to have him there. We immediately dialed 911 and got them on their way. And then I walked up back to the top of the bridge and talked to our truck operator and told him kind of what was going on, that they were shutting it down. And then just waited for authorities to get there.
Okay. And did members of the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office eventually show up?
Yes, sir.
And did they interview you and Mr. Goins and process that scene as it was theirs?
Yes, sir.
After we talked on the phone a few weeks ago, did you get an email from me of a Google Earth image of this bridge we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself mark a red arrow on that Google image as to where the body was found back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Ponder, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 60 and 69. 61 and 62 are going to be larger. So I'm going to turn these around so this can be done.
Mr. Ponder,
Yes,
if
sir.
you were
Your
looking
Honor.
for a drink of water, there's a water pitcher right there and some cups if you would like some. Be careful when you take the lid off, it comes out fast.
You could just take a moment to look at those photographs and then I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay, have you a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Absolutely.
I want to start with People's Exhibit 60. Is People's Exhibit 60 one of the Google Earth images I sent to you?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict the Scambia Bridge, River Bridge, as you knew it back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Do all the photographs that I've given you, including the two ones that are on boards here to your left, accurately depict that bridge as it looked like on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
You know, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 60 through 69.
Defense? Exhibit 60 through 69 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We're going to publish People's Exhibit 60, which is going to be on that TV behind you and on this TV to my left. While we're doing that, I'm going to do a little. All right, let's look at People's Exhibit 60 here on the TV screen. Is that the Google Earth image we talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
Could you just describe the bridge as we're looking at it on this television?
In what way, sir?
Well, let's see. There's a, if I can approach on it.
You may.
Used to be a pointer up here. We're old school
Still.
here. So we use these things.
Okay.
Can you just kind of point out the direction of the bridge? If we see the river in this image?
So this is the Scambia River here. Our inspection would start on the west end here and work towards the east. Each of these concrete piers you can see here is what we call vents. And that's where earlier, as I explained, taking the measurements from. So that's each of those that we stopped at is where we take our measurements from, working from the near end or the west, working towards the east end. Also, as I was saying that from the river forward, this area all here is marsh. It is over here really is also. And actually it's just very inaccessible to, except for there's a little service road here. Doesn't really go anywhere, but there's even some boats and stuff still left out here from previous hurricanes that nobody can get to.
And so I'm assuming that's not a populated area,
No, sir.
maybe some wildlife.
Probably lots.
Okay. Are there any lights on this bridge?
I don't believe so. I don't remember. A lot of times the channel is lit. There is a fender system there that would have been lit in the evenings, but I can't remember if there's lights. I want to say there is. It's pretty dark out there, and I'm pretty sure there are light poles on there. Actually, now that I come to think of it, because as we use our machine, we have to come up and over each of those, which is kind of a pain. But yeah, actually, I do believe there it is lit, sir.
Okay. And as you're driving across this whole area, the marshy area here, if it's at night, would you know whether or not water would be underneath the bridge or not?
If you were unfamiliar with the area, no. I would say somebody who's driving across it that had never driven across it before and didn't know the area, you wouldn't think you were out of the water or over the water until you got back onto the pavement. Where this is a concrete bridge, and you can see where the concrete ends and the pavement begins. You're still actually elevated all the way up to the end of the bridge, elevated off the ground.
And now below that TV there, I put up People's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that one?
Yes, sir.
And is that the exhibit that you emailed back to me with the red arrow on there?
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury what we see in that exhibit using that pointer.
The arrow marks approximately where Matt and I found the suitcase that day. It's a little hard to see in that, in the picture. But you can kind of see again where the vents are, the lines in the road, and it was one of the measurements right here. The suitcase was roughly just right over the bridge rail, right at the very edge of the marsh there.
And if we can go to People's Exhibit 62 at this time, or 63, I'm sorry. And now we have People's Exhibit 63 up. I'm going to place People's Exhibit 62 on the easel. What do we see here in People's Exhibit 63?
Just a magnified image of the structure.
Is this, again, an indication that you emailed to me with a red arrow saying where you and Mr. Goings found the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about this concrete area, the particular bridge.
Okay.
Is there an area, what I would refer to as a shoulder area to park your vehicle if you expand on that bridge?
Yes, sir. The shoulder area would be indicated by the white hash marks on the right side of the bridge.
On that at all?
If not here, this is there we
There you
go.
go.
This is going to be your shoulder. The hash marks here would depict where you would be able to pull off the side of the road. Just barely visible, you can see the center line here. This is a 2-lane bridge. And so there's almost room there for another lane, but that's just what we call a safety lane to be able to pull over and if you were having car troubles.
So plenty of room to park a vehicle there if you need to.
Yes, sir.
And where this arrow is, and I know you may not be precise, but is that the general area where you and Mr. Goings were taking your measurements when you first saw the suitcase looking over the side of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
It was directly below what you called, was it the barrier?
What we would call a bent, and that's basically just it's the just the space in between each span where the columns would hold up. Each column is what we call a bent, and it just in between those two is what we call the span.
You can go to People's Exhibit 64 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 64?
Yep. A picture appears to be looking on that is taken on the westbound bridge, and that is in the safety lane of the westbound, which would also be though on the far end of that structure. And that picture is looking west. Looking west, sir.
And so can you refer back to People's Exhibit 62 on the board here to your left? The one easel?
Yes, sir.
And just kind of point out which lane to travel we're looking at.
That picture's approximately probably a little higher. Each of these are what we call the bents. That's
So could you have access to get underneath the eastbound lanes by pulling over in this area, walking under?
you would have access, but it'd be very difficult to access that area. There's also what we call slope protection or rock rubble. And a lot of times those rocks move easily, they slip, they shift. You could walk down there, but you'd have to be very careful.
So looking at this People's Exhibit 64, can you see the general area where the suitcase may have been from this photograph?
To the best of my knowledge, that's a little further past where we found it. The suitcase would have been further east.
No problem. Let's go to People's Exhibit 65, please. Now, what do we see in People's Exhibit 65?
Where the suitcase was found.
Now, is this where you, Mr. Goins, pulled it out to and emptied the contents?
Yes, sir.
Could you use your pointer and just point out where the suitcase is in this image? So would this photograph be taken from eastbound lanes, excuse me, the westbound lanes, looking back towards,
Yes, sir.
we can go to People's Exhibit 66 now? What do we see in People's Exhibit 66?
Again, where the suitcase was opened.
And can you point out the general area of where you and Mr. Goins pulled the suitcase out of?
And this is where the measurement would have been taken. Able to, why we noticed where it was at, because it was right over next to the edge of the,
And just so the record's clear, you said the measurements were taken where we see the pillars for the bridge.
yes, sir.
So you would have been looking down directly off the edge of the bridge where those pillars are.
Yes, sir.
And the suitcase would have been located to the right of the pillars as you're looking down.
Yes, sir.
And about how many feet, again, estimate, did you guys pull that out of that marshy area to its right?
I would say roughly 10 feet, maybe not even that far. It was almost directly below the barrier rail.
And when you moved the suitcase, did it leave an indentation in the ground?
I honestly can't remember. I didn't notice. The part I did notice was the suitcase was at an odd angle. It looks like it had fallen on a corner of the suitcase. It wasn't flat, but it was sitting at an odd angle.
Did you point out to members of the sheriff's department exactly where the suitcase was at when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And were they able to take photographs of that area as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 67. What do we see in People's Exhibit 67?
See the bedding and the open suitcase.
Could you point out the bedding? And was the body wrapped around this bedding?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you left it when you went to go call 911?
Yes, sir.
We go to People's Exhibit 68, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 68?
Just on the edge of the marsh line.
Is this area consistent where the suitcase may have been when you and Mr. Goins pulled it out?
Yes, sir.
And go to 69. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Just again, right there where the suitcase was found. And you can see, and I don't know how long it had been there, but the bushes and stuff are pushed to the side.
Just have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Ponder.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook and I represent the defendant in this case. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions. When you were doing the bridge inspection, did you have any kind of machine like a cherry picker? Or I don't know what you would call it, a cherry picker that would kind of reach under the bridge so you could do a visual examination of the underside of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Were y'all using that device yet when you discovered the body, or were you doing the soundings and then going to come back and do work with equipment and the
We
cherry picker?
were performing the soundings first, the profile,
Okay.
and then come back with the what we call a snooper or an underbridge inspection machine.
Okay. And the soundings, you're just going along, walking along the edge of the bridge and dropping a line and seeing what the length of it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would take that sounding measurement at each pier
Yes, sir.
of the bridge? Uh, does some of the areas where it looks like the bridge is elevated, I guess by definition, a bridge is elevated, but is that because the river will sometimes flood up and that will be actually, instead of land or ground, it'll be flood water underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that happen every year, or is that like 100-year flood, 50-year flood, something that happens every spring or summer, or just
It
depends on the weather?
depends on the weather, how much rain we've had. That area also, pictures are gone, but there's several boats in there. That area, it's a tendency to flood during, obviously during hurricanes, and also during tides. That area is all tidal.
Mhm.
So during high tides, it has a tendency for the water to be higher or lower at different times of the year.
Okay. Now, on Exhibit 60, that was on the board, it looked like on the other side of the river from where the body and the suitcase were found, it looks like there's a smaller river or tributary of the Escambia River.
Are you talking about the north side of the bridge there?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that looks like maybe it's a marina or a boat launch or something there? It doesn't have it on that one. May I approach the witness, Your
You
Honor?
may, sure.
So, yeah, it's not very clear here, but it was very clear on the latch thing. Is there a marina or settlement or something like that there?
It is a marina, sir. I was unclear where you were talking about that.
I'm sorry. That's why I approached. Is that a permanent marina where people keep their boats all the time?
Yes, sir. It's just a small tributary that runs back up. I don't believe it goes to the north just a little bit. There's a little marina on that side of the bridge as well. There's actually a marina on both sides, the north
Okay.
and south side of the bridge.
So just on the other side of the bridge from where the suitcase was found, there's settlement, there's, two marinas, there's stuff going on, presumably lights and civilization, for lack of a better word.
I'm sure the marina is lit up at night. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had mentioned the suitcase was very heavy and seemed waterlogged. This date back in March of 2020, I think March 17th of 2020, you testified to. Had there been flooding under the bridge in the weeks preceding the discovery of the suitcase?
I'm not for sure, sir.
Not for sure. Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thanks, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Ponder? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room and ready to go at, say, 3:10, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Okay. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up before our next witness prosecution?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. We'll be back at 3:10.
What time, Your Honor? I have to run to DST.
3:10?
3:10. Okay, thanks.
Do you generally recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were articles, items that were pointed out to us by Mr. Stauch that were, he found in the dishwasher. They're scrub brushes, scissors. The brushes appeared to have some type of carpet material or something on it.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw and observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admissions of people exhibits 186 through 190.
Mr. Cook,
No objection, Your Honor.
exhibits 186 through 190 will be admitted.
And you're under permission to publish.
You may.
And if you will like, if you take a moment to look behind you, we have a pointer there if you want to use it by perhaps.
No, it's in front of you. It's got the red handle on it.
Oh, thank you, sir. Having a rough time.
All right, now you'd mentioned that Mr. Stauch had identified for you and other law enforcement officers that day, various items of evidence. Can you point out here in People's Exhibit 186, some of those items?
We had a brush here. This brush. Have the handle of a brush here and this brush, and I cannot see the scissors in this picture.
We'll move on to People's Exhibit 187. And here, that might be a better look.
These are close-ups of the last photo.
The brushes that you were explaining.
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 188. And here, what are we seeing here?
This is what appeared to possibly be a strand of carpet or something that was on the brush.
People's Exhibit 189. And here?
Again, strand of whatever type of material that is. And then we have 2 pairs of scissors there.
190.
Those are just close-ups of the other brushes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked with People's Exhibits 191, 92, 193, and 194.
So 191 through 194.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Take a moment to review People's Exhibits 191, 192, and 193 now.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you generally recognize those?
From the type description, yes.
Okay. Now you'd mentioned before that part of the processing includes creating labels with descriptions on them.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start with People's Exhibit 191. What does that appear to be to you based on your handling of that item?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Based on your handling of that item, what does that appear to be to you?
A Brillo scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 192.
That is the blue handle, blue and white scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 193.
The scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
And you spoke previously about tape and tape that is used on each of those exhibits. The tape used that you personally placed there?
I did not package these. The detective that collected the items actually did the packaging of them.
And when you were present at the residence that day, you viewed each of these items as we see in the previous photos that were shown to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on descriptions of people's exhibits 191, 192, and 193, do those appear to be the similar type of items that were photographed that you went over with the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. People's exhibit 191, for example, what particular item is that?
That is the Brillo scrub brush.
People's exhibit 192, based on the description there, what is that?
That is the blue and white scrub brush.
And people's exhibit 193, based on description, what is that?
The scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
And based on the nature of the packaging, were you present with other law enforcement officers when those items were packaged, for example?
I do not believe I was present when they packaged them, no.
But you were present for the collection of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll ask you to cut open People's Exhibit 191.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize what's inside of that bag, People's
Yes.
Exhibit 191?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it on the day it was collected?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 191.
Mr. Cook,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 191 will be admitted.
I'll ask you to do the same with People's Exhibit 192.
With 192?
Yes. And do you recognize what's inside the bag marked as People's Exhibit 192?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you observed it being collected that day?
I do not recall seeing, it looks like there's writing on the handle. I do not recall seeing that when it was collected.
Aside from the writing being present now, otherwise, does it appear to be the same
Yes.
subject?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admissions of people, Exhibit 192.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 192 will be admitted.
And the same with 190.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be something that you recognize as being collected that day?
Yes.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 193.
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 193 will be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
In addition to a collection of various brushes that you've looked at, do you recognize Exhibit 194?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's marked as being a empty vinegar bottle that was collected out of the trash can.
And when you were present, did you see that particular item while you were present at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you also take a moment to cut into People's Exhibit 194? And again, do you recognize that? What's
Yes,
inside
ma'am.
the bag?
Yeah.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, this time we would also move for the admission of People's Exhibit 194.
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 194 will be admitted. Go ahead.
After collection of these various items that are tedious to open, but what is your role in handling or passing off these particular items to other members of law enforcement?
Typically, the detective that collects it will take it to the evidence facility. Sometimes depending upon if somebody else is going there, they'll hand the package off and that person will take it to the facility and put it in temporary storage. And then later on that day, next day, the detective that collected the items will go down and process the items they collected and put that into the facility.
And at that point, may they be available to other members of law enforcement for testing purposes, et cetera?
Would they be?
Yes.
They could be removed from, they could be signed out from evidence and there would be a chain of custody that is kept.
As part of this case, you were also present for the collection of other types of evidence and specifically swabs. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
You may. Go ahead.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 184 and 185?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize People's Exhibit 184?
They were buccal swabs that were taken from Mr. Stauch and Ms. Stauch.
And just
Or Ms. Hyatt, I'm sorry.
specifically 184, what swabs are those identified as belonging to?
These are from Mr. Stauch,
And People's Exhibit 185.
are from Landon Hyatt.
And in terms of the collection of those swabs, were you present when those were collected?
Yes, I was.
And did you observe them being collected?
I actually took the swabs.
All right. And we see there appears to be some tape on there as well, those particular envelopes.
Yes, ma'am.
So as part of your processing of that, is that tape that you placed there?
The red tape is, yes.
And
No,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did not package these. I handed those off to, after putting them in the package, I handed those off to Deputy Montville, and she's actually the one that sealed the envelopes.
Now, in terms of, we mentioned some words that maybe not everyone is familiar with, but what is a buccal swab?
It's a DNA swab that's taken from the mouth, saliva. We just use a long Q-tip and rub it around the inside of your mouth, your cheeks, and just collect the saliva.
Okay. And what is in People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what specifically is that inside each of those envelopes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What is specifically in People's Exhibit 184 and 185?
It's a package that, it's a package that contains two of those Q-tips. And you run them both at the same time.
And as the packaging appears to you, is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed that?
I would have to open it up to see those packages, ma'am.
You can go ahead and do that, yeah.
Sure. That one does appear to be the same.
And just for the purposes of the record, are you specifically referring to People's Exhibit 184?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
And yes, on 185, they appear to be the same.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 184 and 85 will be admitted.
In addition to the collection of those buccal swabs, were you also called to respond to the residents for the collection of a particular item that belonged to Gannon, a switch? Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Do you recall exactly when you responded that day?
I believe it was the morning of February 29th, 2020.
And who did you receive particular items from? Who provided them to you?
Mr. Stauch.
And did he indicate, well, let's take a step back. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 195, 196, 712.
Go ahead.
Ask you to look at People's Exhibits 195 and 196. I know it's getting packed up here. I'm gonna set this one right here for you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's blocking the camera. You recognize People's Exhibit 195 and 196?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
There are photos of the case and the stitch, the switch. I believe it's a Nintendo game.
And are those photographs very accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 195 and 196. Thank you.
Mr. Cook,
Objection, Judge.
Exhibit 195 and 196 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
So behind you, we have People's Exhibit 195. You mentioned a switch. What are we looking at specifically here in People's Exhibit 195?
This is the case that, the carrying case.
Okay. And in People's Exhibit 196?
And that's the actual switch inside the case.
And now before you is People's Exhibit 712, I believe.
Yes.
Can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that and look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the description that was typed up for the item that was collected.
And similar to the other items, what was your involvement in the processing of this particular item?
This particular item, I was called by my sergeant to go out and collect. So I went out there that day and collected this, and then I took it to evidence myself and packaged it.
And in terms of the packaging process, did you also create the label for this particular item?
Yes, I did.
And does the description also indicate to you what it is?
Yes, it does.
And we see some red tape that is on People's Exhibit 712. Is that tape placed by you?
The red tape up here is placed by me. I do not recognize the tape down below.
Okay. And I will ask you to do the same thing, which is, can you please cut into and look at and inspect what is inside the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. And in looking inside the bag, would you say that's in the same or substantially same condition as when you last handled and packaged that item?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 712.
Mr. Cook,
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 712 will be admitted. Go ahead.
The general scope of your role in this case, in addition to collecting various items of evidence, was that more or less the scope of what you did in this case?
Yes, I was basically a support detective. If there were leads that needed to be handed out and you're available, you get a lead and you go work that for the lead detective.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Just a few questions for you. Did you actually watch the swabbing of the cheeks of Gannon's mother and father?
I actually did them, sir.
You did the swabbing?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have gloves on?
Yes, I did.
Did you have the packet or the kit that is used during the collection of these?
As I said, it's just the one package with the two Q-tips in it. So yes, I did have those with me.
Okay. Who else was in the room with you when who else was in the room with you when you were doing Landon?
Do not recall anybody being in there. It may have been Detective Montville, but I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And was anybody else in the room with you when you did Mr. Stauch, Al Stauch?
Again, I don't recall if anybody was in there with me.
Okay. And when you're collecting the cheek swabs, I mean, you're not necessarily collecting the saliva, you're collecting the cheek cells, the epithelial cells that are shed in the cheek.
Pretty much whatever the Q-tip picks up is what's being collected.
Okay. Did anybody swab Harley Hunt, who's been identified as Letecia Stauch's daughter?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. So it could have been done, you just don't know
Correct,
whether this was done or not.
correct.
Okay. You indicated that you collected a few other items, took some photos, got a Nintendo Switch, and that was about it in this case, what you've talked to here.
Yes, sir.
You did also, on the 28th of January, conduct an interview with Landon Hyatt, who was Gannon's mother.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did that take place, that interview?
That took place at my office, the sheriff's office, I should say.
Right across the
Second,
street from
right
the
across the
courthouse?
street,
Okay.
second floor in one of the interview rooms, which is audio video recorded.
Okay. How long did that interview last?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. Was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
Audio tape, videotape, everything?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gratiano, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Literally on the elevator, Your Honor, on his way here.
Okay.
So
Well, let's actually take about let's do a stand and stretch, a seventh inning stretch kind of thing while we're waiting for the next witness. If that's a good idea. Also give Ms. Gratiano time to clean the witness stand off.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I said it'll give you some time to clear the witness stand off.
That's what I figured. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
since 2006.
And generally, can you explain for the jury what your role is at the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the Patrol Division.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I was a patrol deputy.
And as a patrol deputy, can you explain what some of your responsibilities are? What kind of things that you handle on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, responding to calls for service, investigating patrol-related crimes, interdicting criminal activity, traffic enforcement.
Okay. And on January 27th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
Yes,
Did you receive a call for service related to this case?
yes.
Approximately what time did you receive a call for service, or what time that call for service came through?
I responded at 10:09 p.m.
Okay. Can you explain a triage process that may occur for calls of service? How does that work?
Well, calls for service are based on basically a priority status, as if somebody is in danger or something like that. So those calls take higher priority than calls where somebody's not in danger, what we would call a cold call. So runaways are typically given a non-emergent status.
Okay. You mentioned runaways. So what was the specific nature of the call for service that you responded to on January 27th of 2020?
The call I responded to was a runaway juvenile,
Okay. And what location did you respond to for that call?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Okay. And when you arrived at that location, did you respond with any other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
When I got on scene, Deputy Parker and Deputy Donahue were on scene already.
And when you responded to the location, who did you initially make contact with?
Deputy Parker.
Okay. Based on your contact with Deputy Parker, how did you approach the residents? Who did you contact?
I asked Deputy Parker if the residence had been searched to see if the juvenile was hiding, and he indicated it had not.
Okay. When you respond and you're on duty, is there any way that you have to document or record your activities?
Yes, I was equipped with a body-worn camera.
Okay. And can you point out for the jury where that body-worn camera is?
Yes, it's mounted right here on my chest.
Can you explain for the jury how that body-worn camera, how it works?
It's activated with a Bluetooth remote system where I press a button and it starts recording. So when I got on scene that day, I started recording pretty much when I got on scene. And then it's deactivated by the same button to turn it off, basically.
Okay. And in terms of audio and visual, what does it record?
It records both audio and visual. However, it's mounted securely on the chest, so it only sees forward. So if my head or something turns, it won't see that. My body actually has to turn for the camera to see something.
Okay. And as it relates to entering the residence, what was your primary responsibility when you arrived on scene?
So
for that?
I was a secondary responder. So the two primary deputies were conducting an interview on scene. So after I determined that the residence had not been searched for the juvenile, I asked Deputy Parker. After I asked Deputy Parker got consent to search the residence. So I began to search the residence for the juvenile.
Okay. And to be clear, the consent to search the residence was for what in particular?
To find a hiding child.
Okay.
Basically.
When you arrived at that location that day, was your body-worn camera working?
Yes, it was.
It was operational?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 210.
You may, go ahead.
Do you recognize what I'm handing you, People's Exhibit 210?
Yes, that's a disc with my initials containing my body-worn camera footage.
Okay. And did you not have an opportunity to review the contents of that disc?
I did.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body-worn camera when you responded on scene that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 210.
Defense? Exhibit 210 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, approach.
Sorry? Oh, yes, go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
May.
I took the covers that he was laying down, like had, and I just like threw it. I took the covers that he was laying down, like had, and I just like threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dog's out. She was working, and it was something. I know, it was something that we were just like,
Did he take his bike?
no.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting a bike
Okay.
and rides the bike because hers had broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at
So
one
they were
point.
here.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up for
Right.
dinner.
Blue
And he never
black.
called. They thought he was at his
Black.
friend's house. He was like,
Yeah,
he just started sleeping. So
we
they
had
were gonna go pick him
him
up down
on
the road.
one.
And he was never there.
There's
and he never
a
went to his
picture
friend's
someone
house.
sent. He was on,
Okay.
and he was holding. He was picking the switch.
Do you mind if my
So
partner
it's-
looks around the house real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Because kids, they hide. and-
Thank you.
They can hide for hours.
Yeah, no, we've already checked the camp, like the.
Is there any other kids here?
Yeah, there's kids here. I say kids. There's my sister, 2 dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's definitely he was out there for big left and blah blah blah.
So, he's telling me a timeline. I know you said that you already don't need the 6.
Yeah, so it was.
Look, you go back here, you went down there.
Okay, so. Bring it here. Side, like all these things, so.
Pretty accurate. So, he did that. He didn't do that because you said his stomach was hurting. What happened?
Said no one. He said he had already talked to my husband about being on conviction, so he said he was going to his friend's house later. So
What time did he left at 3:30?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his carpet thing downstairs.
So he.
And he's free, like, my husband's like very more free than I am with the situation. I kind of always like, who's actually going through unit? I remember that's how I was with her. But like, he's like, oh, I'm just saying, they can ride bikes, everyone together type thing. So, yeah, so all the time they go and ride and meet friends. That's how we do it. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was like wrong. Did I bring my thing in here? I think it might be in there. Can you get her? Sir, I think it might be in my car, so whenever you're.
What might be in your car?
He wants my ID.
Oh, okay. Was this the car you guys had with you today?
You what?
Was this the car you guys had with you today?
What do you mean with me today?
I mean, did you drive this car today?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't drive that car today.
You did
The
not
car
drive
was
this car.
today.
Okay, all right. Has he ever hit in anything like this before?
No, this is. No. Oh, okay. So I'm like, okay. Yeah. August 4th, 1980.
Initial or name for out of state.
Is there anybody down here?
The other dog. Yeah, that just says something. No,
No one.
we know it is down there.
Okay.
It's my maiden name. So Arden, ARDN.
Female, left name spelling, Sam Edward Ida, boy Edward Rodney Tom, first name spelling, Ireland. Edward, Edward, Charles. I don't know if it's.
Sorry, well, it's gonna be 101-275370, South Carolina.
One kind of plate. Ocean View for Blake, 385. He wasn't in here this week. That stuff is down there, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I show him about this stuff? I just didn't want to step on the cutter, the box thing. I think I still had down there. Okay, because you weren't in here in the beginning, right? I thought I didn't know if I had that box cutter and all that stuff in there, because I told him about, he dropped the candle last night.
Oh, okay.
And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure. I didn't want you to be like, oh, there's the box cutters. But yeah, I had to cut this. And I told them I wasn't even gonna tell Dad. And I was gonna figure out a way to put this in there from the situation, but.
At least you got a
cart.
carpet.
Right, I just took it and like covered up with the carpet and stuff like that, but.
Does he have any friends around here?
There is let me look on this thing. He did have this one, like boat thing.
Where you're supposed to be at down the road.
Did they check that already?
They went over there and talked to him, and they're like, no, we haven't seen him at all.
Okay.
He did have this like,
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to.
yeah, Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he hangs out with all the time. So they come over, the people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were the door with the bike. They
Okay.
came over, a bunch of people came over. Yeah, so
Any
he did,
friends?
he did have like a little book that had, names on it, but I don't know, see it like anywhere specifically, cause like his wallet, he's not like I teach 5th grade, and like, you got your like really, really mature kind of boys, but then waiting, he forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that,
Still kidding.
Yeah.
So no
So-
no clothes are missing or nothing?
No, we actually lay out all the clothes all the time, like for, like every day at school, we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
Is
And
his jacket gone?
he had on he has several jackets. Like it depends on, I'm very like fashion. So like it just depends on jackets. Like he might have this black one with this, or there's a blue one with this. And,
So he had a jacket.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Several jackets. Like, you see the kid has, like tons and tons of clothes, and he just, he has all that stuff. So. And he took like none of this. Like these are his favorites. All of these things. Yeah.
All right, he's gonna grab some more questions and,
Okay.
How long have you guys lived here?
500 on it.
Maybe like a year and something now. Yeah.
And you have talked to all of his friends' parents in the area?
I'm not the person that talks to the friends. I don't have numbers. I don't say yes. I don't say no. My husband tells them yes or no. So he has all the numbers.
So there could be some friends that you don't. know
Right,
that you could
cause
be-
I don't know the people like that. And a lot of the time that I was here, I had a job on the East Coast.
Mhm.
So I had to fly back and forth a lot. So I didn't really meet a lot of people, like my husband did. And he's like, always want to be the one to talk to everybody about it. And so,
Well, how about your husband? Does he talk to these people?
yeah, he's been on the phone with a bunch of them. He's in Oklahoma, Fort Steele right now.
Is there anybody he hasn't been able to get a hold of?
No, he said he's talked to everyone that he knows of. The only concern we had is he was talking about the friend with the older sibling,
Mhm.
and we don't know who that one is. That's the one we don't know
Do you guys have a name for that? person?
because we don't know who that person is. We've never heard him say like specific name. And my husband said when he talked to him today that there was no like specific name for, but he didn't give him a name. He just told him no. So
And he took his game console deal.
yeah, they have a couple of different consoles.
And one of them's gone.
Switch Lite. They have a 2DS, a 3DS. One of them is gone. It was in like a bluish black. Wait, no, that one might be in red. I don't remember. I just know in the video you can see that, or the picture that the lady had, you can see like he's got something right here and it's like far down.
Which pictures is?
So some lady online had noticed it, like messaged us and had noticed that was him or the description. And she was like, "Was that him?" And I was like, "Yes."
Where was that picture taken?
No, I honestly have about 150 Facebook messages that I haven't answered people on because you guys showed
Was it local? I mean, was it in this?
Yes,
North
in
Ranch?
Lorson Ranch. Someone put it on the Lorson Ranch page. And so a lot of people just kept sending messages, information. First, someone said they saw him get in a white SUV. Then someone said they caught it on their camera. They were all supposed to be sending this to me. But as I was talking to all these people on Facebook, because my husband gave the neighbor permission to post it, you guys came and I kept having alerts, and I weren't gonna Huh? Okay. No. Yeah.
Okay. I know you probably gave some of this information to dispatch already, but can you give us a description of him from? top to
Yeah,
bottom?
so,
Hair color, eye color, any article?
yeah, so brown, brown, very pale, like, whitish color skin.
I guess when he's at this house, if they don't,
And then,
the parents may not know.
and then
Well, they said that
410,
there was a weird text that Dad got about something about
90?
bath salts and hey, if you
And then I
if
sent you
I
that
can get some
picture.
bath salts, do we have any bath salts? And my friend will let me play Sonic or something at their house.
He sent that to his dad.
Yeah, I got it. And then mom goes through everything, finds oh, let's say this Parker. Yeah. I know that. Yes.
yes.
No, we're still getting the runaway report right now.
Harley, Yeah. did you get it? Who was it?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Oh, okay, okay. I just didn't want any of the,
There's-
people, neighbors, popping in. Yeah, so he would've been-
What clothes was he wearing?
blue jacket, blue jeans.
And, console that he loved with, so it's probably in his house right now, playing games.
That's what me and my husband absolutely think, and we think we absolutely think that, and we've calmed our stress level down after our 4-hour wait over that.
Like a thick, heavy winter jacket, a sweatshirt, windbreaker.
No, like the ones I was showing you guys in there, kind of like a little windbreaker type.
Okay, good to know.
Is there anything distinguishing?
perfect,
about
yeah.
him as he wear?
I'm mid, so I'll be on the line.
They asked me about tattoos and earrings and all that
Like I'm
stuff.
gonna
There
end
was
up,
nothing.
I'm gonna end up asking a whole lot of the same questions that dispatch asks.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you hear anything from the school, let us know, please. All right. Oh, but. Just on, like,
Okay.
Yeah, we already talked to a bunch of people at school.
Yeah, he said head of security.
Because there was a game or something tonight, and so that was like one of the things we were thinking. If I guess they went to like the basketball game or something. But
He said there was Parks and Rec going on, so.
Smith,
Yeah. What?
it was the off duty.
no,
Oh, okay.
he said somebody in the neighborhood or something.
Does he have a dentist he goes to?
If you guys want to call my husband.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. We'll follow up because
I
might have a little bit more information. Yeah.
I don't do a lot of the.
Okay.
He does all that.
How long's he been over there stationed?
He's not. He's stationed here. He's just at Captain Career Course.
Okay.
Yeah. So they go to a dentist. I think it's like Fountain Dentist, maybe.
All right.
Everything else is on base.
We'll give him a
'cause
call.
it's- Yeah.
What's his name?
Al, A-L, Stauch, S-T-A-U-C-H,
Phone number?
843 478
We're in the RO,
6714.
we're valid protection orders, there's a phone number for the RO on your screen too.
Right.
Yes.
Throw me back on 3.
I'm on 3.
They call it code.
We'll give him a call, try to
Okay.
get some more information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the medical, dental, like he'll know like all that stuff because he takes them on base.
All right. Well, we'll go give him a call in the car real quick and see if we can get any information. Then
Okay.
If not, we'll come back and or we'll give you a case number for
Okay.
the runaway and everything. Okay. All right. Thanks.
My dog's down here now.
I didn't see him.
Okay. You know about electricity, you have gas and electricity.
Any choice in gathering any vote?
It's like bad.
Deputy, in terms of demeanor of the female that we see present in the video, based on the nature of calls for service that you receive, how would you describe that demeanor?
Fairly normal.
Okay. Have you responded on scene to other reports of runaways?
Yes.
How would you describe the demeanor?
Relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
How would you describe the demeanor based on your training and experience in responding to calls for service related to runaways? The comparison of the female's demeanor in this particular video.
I would say similar to other calls that I responded to for runaways.
Okay. In the sense that their demeanors are calm?
Yes, she appeared calm. She was able to answer questions intelligently.
Okay. And how did the female present on scene with you identify herself?
I believe she identified herself to Deputy Parker and Deputy Donahue.
Okay. Do you see the female that was present on the video that we just watched? And while you're present searching the house, do you see her today in court?
Yes.
And is she the same female that you see in the video that directed you throughout the house?
Yes.
Can you describe her by where she's seated in the courtroom?
She's sitting at the end of the defense table wearing a brown colored shirt.
Your Honor, at this time, may the record reflect that Deputy Yunkin has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
In terms of while you were present on scene, did the defendant identify by any other names or any other aliases, things like that?
I don't recall her identifying herself as another name.
While you were present on scene, you described her demeanor as calm. At any point, did that demeanor change?
Not that I observed.
And to be clear, the time that you arrived on scene was what time?
10:09 p.m.
Okay. And as an approximation, how many hours had passed between the call for service as it came in?
I believe the original call for service came in around 7 p.m.
Okay. Now, as we watch your body worn camera, we hear buzzing. What is that buzzing on the video that we're hearing?
So when the camera's activated, it vibrates to let me know that it's on. For two reasons. One, in case there's an accidental activation, I know that it's operating. Or two, to just let me know that it's working. So sometimes when you press the button, technology fails. So it's just letting you know that it's operational.
And throughout the body worn camera that we watch, we hear the buzzing. And is that to indicate to you that it is still on, it is still recording?
Yes.
Great. Now, as you went through the residence, did you observe any men that were not law enforcement officers present in the house?
No, just law enforcement.
And as you were searching through the house, based on the various doors you opened and areas that you looked in, would you have seen a strange man, an unfamiliar man in the house?
I believe so, based on all the areas that I searched.
Okay. And to be clear, based on the call for service that you received, you were looking for a child, is that correct?
Yes, in cases where children are this young and they come in as runaways, sometimes they're hiding in the house because they get in trouble or something like that. So they hide, especially on that night because it was quite cold. So he may not be outside walking around somewhere. He might just be hiding in the house. So that's why we check that stuff.
And when you were present, you were also in the basement area. There appeared to be a storage room, which you paused in.
Yes.
Okay. While we see on the video you looking and pausing in a storage room, did you move any of the boxes?
I believe I moved like a pillow and like a chair and some of that around, but there was a big pile of boxes in the middle and I didn't shuffle through a bunch of those. No.
Okay. And while you were present on scene, did you personally observe any law enforcement officers moving those boxes?
I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 310 through 315.
May, and if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. If you take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 310 through 315. Do you generally recognize those?
Yeah, they appear to be still shots from my body worn camera footage.
And for a particular area of the house?
The storage room.
And are they fair and accurate depiction of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 310 through 315.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 310 to 315 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Deputy, behind you, we have People's Exhibit 310. What are we seeing here in your still shot?
Picture of the storage room, some boxes and containers.
Okay. In People's Exhibit 311, I guess that's a clearer shot of that.
Yes.
Okay. 312.
Farther back.
Okay. And to be clear, the boxes that we were seeing on the right side of the exhibit, did you move those?
I did not sort through those. No.
Okay. 313. Would this just be to the left of People's Exhibit 312? Kind of
Yeah.
facing a different way?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 314? Can you orient us here for People's Exhibit 314?
Yeah, that is the pile of boxes kind of in the center of the room.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 315?
That appears to be a storage container by the door.
Okay. And thank you. Deputy, in terms of while you're searching through the residence, at any point, did the defendant direct you where to search?
No.
Did she point out any particular areas that would be of interest to you?
No.
Okay. We see that when you're in the storage area, you paused. You appeared to look in, I don't know if you would describe it as a crawl space or how would you describe it in the storage room?
There's kind of a void under the stairs.
Okay. Did you see anything there?
No.
In terms of while you were present on scene, based on your training experience, did the defendant appear to have a pervasive mental disease or defect based on your observations that day?
No.
And while you searched through various areas of the house, in the top floor and in the basement, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not find any shell casings.
And if you had seen them, would you have identified them and collected them?
Definitely would have identified them, and then we probably would have approached the investigation a little differently.
And throughout your search of the residence on scene, was there any obvious signs of a struggle?
No,
Did you see any blood?
no,
If you had seen blood, would you have taken additional steps?
yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass a witness.
All right, I think we'll take our break.
I'm gonna make this real easy on the
Okay,
deputy. I don't have any questions.
okay. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Youngkin? Looks like we might have one. So, Ms. Gratiano, just pass that forward and put it on the bar in front. And Ms. Gratiano will retrieve it. Oh, another one coming. Sergeant Youngkin, do you know who would have been the first person to describe the missing juvenile as a runaway?
I believe it would have been Letecia Stauch, because she made the initial call to our dispatch center.
When you were searching the home, particularly Gannon's bedroom, did you notice any unusual scents or smells when searching under the beds?
I did not. I just looked under there to see if a child was hiding under there, but I did not detect any strange odors.
Did you see any large suitcases?
Yes, based on the body-worn camera footage, it appears that there are some suitcases in those shots.
I think what they were asking for specifically was a large suitcase.
Oh, during my initial response, when I was looking through there, I don't actually recall if I saw a suitcase. Only watching the body-worn camera footage later do I see this suitcase.
Okay. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Ms. Gratiano, do you have any? Mr. Cook?
Following up with this unusual smells question that was asked about the Gannon's bedroom, did you notice any like bleach smell, cleaning fluid smell, anything? You know, sometimes you can go into a house and it smells crisp and clean. Any smell like that, or was it just a regular smelling kids?
It smelled fairly normal. I didn't smell the strong odor of any cleaning fluid.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down. Watch your step there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking our evening break, and actually it's a little bit extended because we won't see you until Friday. I need you to take everything out of your jury seats so that, take that back to your jury, to the jury room, please. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Avoid any stories that you might see and any opinions that someone might care to share with you about the issue. So with that, if we can have everyone back where they need to be so that they can be in place by 9 o'clock on Friday morning, we should be able to start right on time at that point. All right, thank you. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You need to lock up whatever you need to lock up, and then I just need a corner of both tables cleared off so that somebody has a place to sit if they need to do that. You can leave everything else here, your binders, all of that stuff. That stuff's fine. It's going to be fine. But the attorneys that are coming in tomorrow, they need it. So long as they have some place to sit and put something in front of them, they're going to be fine. And then the rest of the stuff, you probably want to leave here and lock up. So we'll open up, we got the keys to the closet. Yeah, we'll open up the evidence closet here in just a moment for you all. Is there anything else that we need to address, prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, court will be in recess then. Thank you.